many elements that go into creating an unforgettable shot. The shot size, the framing, the camera angle. In our last episode, we talked about how focal length, or depth of field, modifies how a shot looks. But in this episode, we'll cover how camera equipment affects how a shot feels, and how choosing the right camera gear can make or break a scene. This is episode 5 of the Shot List. Camera gear.
Action!
The more familiar a filmmaker is with the various camera rigs, the better equipped they are to capture a visual. In this video, we'll be examining 12 types of camera rigs and gear, working our way from the most fundamental to some of the most unique ways to film a shot. Along the way, we'll update a shot list made in Studio Binder, which you can download and reference in your next project. Let's start with the most basic of camera rigs, the handheld shot. Many handheld shots are taken with a shoulder rig, like this, or an easy rig. The movement of a handheld shot is meant to be shaky. And filmmakers can use jagged handheld shots to heighten the intensity of a scene. Or they can use it more subtly to establish intimacy.
The latest increase in heating oil prices. Renters in the metro.
Okay, hold on. Don't shoot. You see where you're going? Mm-hmm. Okay.
The opening scene of Avengers: Endgame uses the handheld shot for both intensity and intimacy. In the beginning of the scene, the camera's shake is subtle, but its documentary-style presence makes us feel like we're standing right there, watching this intimate moment.
Mind your elbow. Good job, Hawkeye. Go get your arrow.
But when Hawkeye's family disappears,
Lila, let's go. Lila.
the camera shake intensifies.
Babe. Babe. Boys.
We can feel his panic.
Boys. Laura.
A handheld camera can be effective at increasing intensity or intimacy. But there are times when a shot may not benefit from any camera shake at all. Enter our next camera rig, the tripod. Tripods, sometimes referred to as sticks, are a fixed three-legged support mechanism, great for either static shots or shots with movement, if movement is needed.
Very good.
A fluid head tripod allows the camera to smoothly pan left and right, or tilt up and down. The static framing of a tripod is ideal when you don't want to distract from the subjects within the frame, like in dialogue scenes.
You're nothing to me now. You're not a brother. You're not a friend. I don't want to know you or what you do.
Emotional single shots, and shots that focus on blocking and staging. In this precisely framed static shot from Grand Budapest Hotel, Wes Anderson mounts the camera to the tripod and keeps it locked.
She's been murdered, and you think I did it.
He takes advantage of the depth and blocking of the shot for comedic effect. It's a memorable moment, and it's achieved with a simple static tripod shot. Moving on, our next camera rig, the pedestal. A pedestal is a camera mechanism that moves vertically up and down for smaller vertical motions when you want to match the movement of an actor. establish a world, or to build suspense. Let's look at this scene.
Are you aware of the job I've been ordered to carry out in France?
Yes, but the Germans looked through my house 9 months ago for hiding Jews and found nothing.
I'm aware of that.
In the opening scene of Inglourious Bastards, Tarantino uses Hitchcock's theory of suspense.
People are sitting around the table, very dull. Take the same scene and tell the audience there is a bomb under that table.
Ages of the children?
And he does it with a downward pedestal shot
I'm not really sure.
to reveal a metaphorical bomb under the table.
Well, I guess that should do it.
But what would this moment look like if Tarantino chose to cut instead?
18 or 19. I'm not really sure.
Not nearly as suspenseful, is it? The slow movement of the pedestal shows how brilliantly this camera rig can build suspense. Now, sometimes filmmakers want big vertical movements that a pedestal cannot achieve. This is where cranes and jibs come into play. Although the scale of the equipment may differ, the terms crane and jib are often used interchangeably. Both use arms to extend the camera outward and smoothly glide it left, right, up, or down. The large camera movements that a crane achieves can also be used to highlight a specific emotion of a shot. Whether it be isolation, freedom, or spectacle, as seen in Spectre. This crane captures the scene's production design. Blocking. And camera movement. All in one smooth, long take. But if you're looking to capture an extreme high angle or overhead, but don't have a camera crane at the ready, our next camera equipment provides the answer. Overhead rigs. An overhead rig can capture perfect pop-down shots in a variety of scenarios, within a variety of budgets. An overhead shot like this is great for communicating details within inserts, POVs, and God view shots. Named for their objective, omniscient perspective. Few filmmakers embrace this technique more than Martin Scorsese. In Casino, there is a direct parallel to omniscience, not just to the surveillance cameras, which Sam refers to as the eye in the sky,
And the eye in the sky is watching us all.
but to Sam's ability to see and know everything that happens in his casino. Consider this moment when he suspects a pair of cheaters.
Now here's this guy reading the dealer's hole card and signaling his buddy at this table.
With an overhead shot like this, we recognize Sam as the all-knowing, all-powerful casino boss that he is. While Scorsese most likely didn't use an overhead rig, you can achieve similar God's eye view shots when the budget or location makes a crane impossible. Moving on. Our next camera rig also prioritizes movement and precision. The dolly. A dolly is a wheeled apparatus that a camera is mounted on. The tracks can be either straight or curved. The dolly is perfect when you need to smoothly push into a character, or pull out, or track their lateral movements as they are walking, running, or fighting. Like in the Korean action thriller, Old Boy. The use of the dolly in this scene allows us to smoothly follow the action free from the distractions of camera shakes or rapid-fire cutting, making this long take especially unique and memorable. But dollies require heavy equipment and operational effort. As a result, camera sliders have become a practical and economical alternative that achieves a smaller but similar effect. Or, if you need to cover long distances or glide past obstructions, like trees, you might also consider a cable cam. And you compare a dolly movement with a lens zoom to create a vertigo effect, like this. We have an entire video breaking down the dolly zoom, aka the Zolly, so be sure to check it out. Our next rig allows a camera to move steadily across most terrains without tracks. the stabilizer. A stabilizer is an apparatus that holds a camera in a manner that compensates for unwanted camera shake, allowing the camera operator to move freely in any direction. The camera shake is eliminated either with counterweights, such as in a Steadicam, or with motorized gimbals that rely on battery power. Stabilizers allow a shot to move with the blocking of an actor more organically than a dolly. Ideal for long takes, moving through large sets, or complex tracking shots, as demonstrated in Parasite. In the most pivotal scene of the film, this Steadicam shot builds an incredible amount of suspense. It moves through the tightest of spaces quickly and smoothly, in a way no other type of camera gear or rig could achieve. Finally, landing on the film's plot twist. But what if your scene calls for a more subjective camera movement, one that creates a sense of imbalance? That's where the SnorriCam comes in. A SnorriCam, also referred to as the chest cam, body cam, or body mount, is a device that rigs the camera to the body of an actor. The SnorriCam establishes a dynamic point of view that hinges on movements of the actor.
Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
This can be used to create vertigo, dizziness, panic. It can also be used to make the audience feel the tragedy of a character, as brilliantly executed in Requiem for a Dream. The SnorriCam is used to capture both the actor's face and a point of view, making it nearly impossible not to feel the character's emotions, anxiety, and nausea. The SnorriCam is a very specialized camera rig. When used in the right context, it can completely immerse the audience into a character's experience. While a SnorriCam shot depends on the movement of an actor, our next camera rig depends on the movement of a vehicle. Vehicle mounts. A vehicle mount is a camera rig that simply mounts a camera to a fixed point on a vehicle. Vehicle mounts are used for cars, bikes, helicopters. Sometimes a vehicle mount is the only type of camera gear that can capture the realism and intensity of a moment. Like in this scene from Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation.
Open the door!
Cruise literally hangs off an Airbus as it takes flight. And since it's unlikely any camera operator will willingly strap themselves to a plane, a vehicle mount is the only way to capture this moment. No CG here. Speaking of planes, let's take to the air with our next type of camera gear: drones. In the past, helicopters used to be the most practical means of shooting aerial shots, allowing cinematographers to capture some of the most iconic, establishing shots in cinema. But with the advancements in drone technology, aerial shots have become accessible to filmmakers with all budgets. Whoa. Drones can capture a wide variety of aerial shots, like grand establishing shots, wild chase scenes, or unique establishing shots as seen in Bohemian Rhapsody. This scene seamlessly combines the use of a drone and a crane in a single shot, from a large swooping aerial into a close-up. Speaking of unique shots, our next camera rig has allowed some of the most creative shots in cinema. Let's take a look at motion control. Motion control is a device that allows for the complete control and precise repetition of camera movement. It effectively captures time-lapse shots.
This is going to be a good night.
And stop-motion animation relies heavily on motion control cameras. But its most common use in film today is for visual effects. By using motion control, two shots can be taken with the exact same camera movement and precise framing. David Fincher uses motion control masterfully in The Social Network. He used motion control to replicate precise camera movements so VFX artists could create the Winklevoss twins in post.
And Army, I need you to assume the same position that Josh has right now, and then I need you guys to swap. I need to see if there's any difference in height for the B camera.
The result is effective and convincing.
Mark? You Mark something?
Yeah. You guys look like you spent some time at the gym.
Have to.
Why?
We were a crew.
And cut it. Save that one. Cutting.
So, we've covered how to shoot on land and in the air. let's dive into how to shoot underwater. Underwater camera housing. Underwater camera housing is a completely waterproof case that allows control of the camera when fully submerged in water. It enables filmmakers to capture the suspense and action below the surface.
For my next trick!
I'm gonna f***ing kill myself.
I miss the earth so much, I miss my life. It's lonely out in space.
Shooting in water can make a shot more immersive.
Let's fly.
Or, as in Moonlight, more intimate. This scene could have been shot with a long telephoto lens from shore. But by using underwater housing, we can see the water partially fill the frame, as if we're floating with the characters.
You're in the middle of the world.
The underwater housing creates an intimate and anxious effect beyond what any other camera rig could have achieved. And these are the 12 camera mechanisms, each with their own unique, emotive properties. So now, let's put them to practice. In this scene from Dunkirk, Christopher Nolan uses different camera mechanisms to make the narrative dynamic, immersive, and completely engaging. We'll do our best to identify the various rigs Nolan might have used. Can you identify them all? Let's watch. Did you identify all of Nolan's camera mechanisms? Selecting the right camera gear for the moment can play the key role in making a scene engaging and emotionally resonant. A clear shot list equals a clear game plan for a scene. You can do it with free shot listing software like StudioBinder, where all of these camera mechanisms are listed out for you. Check the links in the description for a cheat sheet of all the camera mechanisms we covered in this video, along with articles on more rigs, lenses, and other cinematography essentials. In the next episode of this series, we'll explore camera movement and how the best filmmakers in the world use simple but powerful movement decisions to create memorable moments. Subscribe, click the bell, and we'll see you in the next episode. Films are made up of sequences. Films are made up of sequences.
Royale with cheese. Royale with cheese.
Sequences are made of scenes, and scenes are made up of shots. In previous episodes, we covered composition, camera movement, gear, and depth of field. All of these visual components are directly impacted by the lens a cinematographer chooses. In this episode, we will discuss types of camera lenses and the different effects each one has on visual storytelling.
Get in.
This is episode 7 of The Shot List. Camera lenses. In this episode, we'll be examining the various types of camera lenses. Along the way, we'll be populating these camera lenses in a Studio Binder shot list, which you can download and reference in your upcoming projects. But before we begin, let's go over how a lens works. Light passes into the lens and through different glass shapes called lens elements. These elements slightly bend or refract the light, so it lands on a focal point on an image sensor. This is where a picture is created. Every lens is distinguished by its focal length expressed in millimeters, such as a 50mm lens. Some common focal lengths range from the wide 17mm lens to the narrow 200mm lens. However, some lenses have extremely short focal lengths, such as a 4mm fisheye lens, or extremely long focal lengths, such as a 1200 telephoto lens. Now, focal length is simply the distance between the optical center of a lens to the image sensor. The longer the focal length, such as 100mm, the more narrow your angle of view is. The shorter the focal length, such as 24mm, the wider your angle of view. All lenses fall under two categories: prime lenses or zoom lenses. A prime lens has a fixed focal length, while a zoom lens can vary its focal length by adjusting various lens elements. In comparison with zoom lenses, prime lenses have fewer lens elements. They can produce sharper images. Their larger apertures also let in more light for low-light shots, like Kubrick's iconic candlelit scenes in Barry Lyndon. The larger aperture can also capture a shallower depth of field, which is great for isolating subjects, as in The Master.
That's a lot to process.
Although zoom lenses have smaller apertures, cinematographers can shoot a wide, medium, and close-up without changing their lens, saving valuable time on set. For more on how to creatively use the zoom function, make sure to check out our previous episode on camera movements. Now that we've covered how a lens functions,
Thanks, I get it now.
let's go over the specific types used by filmmakers and how different lenses can create completely different effects. Let's start with the widest lenses. The extreme wide-angle lens. Extreme wide-angle lenses range between 18mm to 24mm. Extreme wide-angle lenses can simultaneously capture close-ups and landscapes in one shot, like in The Revenant. Some lenses have distinct distortion and enter the category of fisheye lenses. This scene from The Favourite uses the unnatural perspective of the fisheye lens to underscore the absurdity of these characters.
The Queen has decided, Harley. I disagree. A lot. I would like an audience with the Queen where I may state my case.
State it to me. I love a comedy.
Fisheye lenses also exaggerate facial features when used in close proximity.
Get in.
Like in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, where a fisheye matches the character's distorted and drug-induced perspective.
Look at your face. You're about to explode.
But what if a filmmaker wants a wide-angle view without the noticeable distortion? They reach for our next lens, the wide-angle lens. Wide-angle lenses have a focal length between 24mm and 35mm. This is great for capturing wide shots like this shot from Parasite. Beyond affecting a shot's size, wide-angle lenses also accentuate movement, which is great for trucking through grocery store aisles, as in Punch Drunk Love. When used in tight spaces, wide-angle lenses can create distance.
Who are they? You gonna go beat them up for me? Nice little guy?
In this scene from Drive, cinematographer Newton Thomas Sigel uses a wide lens to make two characters feel far apart while also making the audience feel more present. Wide-angle lenses are great for influencing the audience's perspective, but they can also create a very stylized look. If a DP wants a more natural look, they might use our next lens, the standard lens. Standard lenses, also called normal lenses, are lenses between 35mm to 50mm. The focal length of standard lenses are most similar to how the human eye sees the world. This becomes the ideal choice when cinematographers want a grounded and natural presentation. For example, director Luca Guadagnino's film, Call Me By Your Name, was entirely shot on a 35mm lens for this reason.
Only one lens, we didn't choose any other lenses, we only shoot with 35mm. For me, to get a sense of human eye and simplicity, I wanted to be straightforward. I didn't want to create technology between the camera and the performance.
What does one do around here?
Wait for the summer to end.
Yeah? What do you do in the winter? Wait for summer to come?
Well, we only come here for Christmas and some other vacations. And Easter as well.
You were Jewish.
Well, we are Jewish, but also American, Italian, French, somewhat atypical combination.
A standard lens helps us feel like we're seeing with our own eyes, allowing us to feel present in the moment and part of the story. It is the opposite effect of our next lens, the telephoto lens. A telephoto lens is any lens with a focal length of 70mm and up, often referred to as long lenses. Telephoto lenses are typically used for capturing distant subjects, making us feel like we are observing the scene from afar. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy has surveillance at the core of its story, which motivates a shot like this. The secrecy and voyeuristic qualities of this scene are perfectly communicated with the choice of a telephoto lens.
I want to talk about loyalty, Toby. Intelligence has been leaked, Toby. Someone's been taking files for the service.
Unlike wide-angle lenses, telephoto lenses also compress space.
Things aren't always what they seem. George, you should know that.
This is great for isolating a character in a crowd, like in this shot from The Pursuit of Happiness. Chris Gardner's cathartic moment is amplified and contrasted by the ambivalent crowd around him. While this scene uses a telephoto lens to capture a joyous moment, The Graduate uses it to capture desperation. In this scene, Ben is frantically running to stop Elaine's wedding. The telephoto lens compresses the distance and flattens the space, making his running appear desperate and futile. While the last few lenses we've discussed are defined by their focal length, our next two lenses are defined by their focusing abilities. Macro lenses. Macro lenses, sometimes referred to as micro lenses, don't fall within a specific focal range like our previous sections. For instance, you could have an extreme wide-angle macro lens with a focal length of 15mm. Or you could have a telephoto macro lens with a focal length of 200mm. Macro lenses are defined by their ability to capture extreme close-up shots with the sharpest detail. This makes macro lenses perfect for extreme close-up shots. When choosing macro lenses, there are two things that must be considered: magnification ratio and minimum focusing distance. Macro lenses have a 1:1 magnification ratio, meaning the size of the image captured is the same size as in real life. Other macro lenses can have a 5:1 magnification ratio, meaning the size of the image captured is 5 times bigger than real life. In regards to minimum focusing distance, this is simply how close or how far you need to be to your subject to stay in focus. If you're shooting distant subjects such as insects and don't want to cast shadows or scare them off, you'll want to use a macro lens with a longer focal length. If you're able to get up close and personal with your subject and want to include more of the background, you may opt for a macro lens with a shorter focal length. The macro lens can often feel like a magnifying glass hovering over important plot details. And we can't talk about detail without mentioning David Fincher. In Fincher's investigative films like Zodiac and Seven, macro lens shots are used to magnify clues and details that demand our attention and force us to participate in the film's investigation. While we cannot definitively confirm all of these shots were taken with a macro lens, these are the type of extreme close-up shots that macro lenses are perfect for capturing. Moving on to our final lens, the tilt-shift lens. A normal lens gives a consistent plane of focus. In a tilt-shift lens, however, the lens focus mechanism can be shifted left or right, or tilted up and down to manipulate the image. In the movie Game Night, characters are taken on a journey similar to a board game.
The game that we're going to play tonight is so epic that we don't need a board and we do not need pieces.
Aerial tilt-shift shots are used in the film to create a miniature effect, making houses and large settings appear like set pieces on a board game. In the film The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, cinematographer Roger Deakins wanted to use the blurring effects of a tilt-shift lens. However, he wanted to modify the tilt-shift lens to create a more dreamy, vintage, and stylized look that matches many of the photographs taken in that time period. So he teamed up with Otto Nemens International to create the appropriately named Deakinizer lens, a riff on the tilt-shift lens that also diffracts colors and vignettes the image. The result is a completely unique visual style that echoes the time period of the film. So these are the 6 types of lenses most commonly used by cinematographers today. Different lenses can capture the same subject in a completely different way. So let's try an experiment by using one of the most common types of scenes in a film, the dialogue scene. Pay attention to each example and how the lens choice affects the mood and feel of the scene. We'll start with an extreme wide-angle lens.
About me. Look, I'm trying to do something that's important. This is not important. It's important to me.
In this scene from Birdman, we can see the extreme wide-angle lens creating a subtle fisheye effect. Macro lenses. Macro lenses, sometimes referred to as micro lenses, don't fall within a specific focal range like our previous sections. For instance, you could have an extreme wide-angle macro lens with a focal length of 15 millimeters. Or you could have a telephoto macro lens with a focal length of 200 millimeters. Macro lenses are defined by their ability to capture extreme close-up shots with the sharpest detail. This makes macro lenses perfect for extreme close-up shots. When choosing macro lenses, there are two things that must be considered: magnification ratio and minimum focusing distance. Macro lenses have a 1:1 magnification ratio, meaning the size of the image captured is the same size as in real life. Other macro lenses can have a 5:1 magnification ratio, meaning the size of the image captured is 5 times bigger than real life. In regards to minimum focusing distance, this is simply how close, or how far, you need to be to your subject to stay in focus. If you're shooting distant subjects such as insects and don't want to cast shadows or scare them off, you'll want to use a macro lens with a longer focal length. If you're able to get up close and personal with your subject and want to include more of the background, you may opt for a macro lens with a shorter focal length. The macro lens can often feel like a magnifying glass, hovering over important plot details. And we can't talk about detail without mentioning David Fincher. In Fincher's investigative films like Zodiac and Seven, Macro lens shots are used to magnify clues and details that demand our attention and force us to. A normal lens gives a consistent plane of focus. In a tilt-shift lens, however, the lens focus mechanism can be shifted left or right, or tilted up and down to manipulate the image. Films are made up of sequences. Sequences are made up of scenes. And scenes are made up of shots. In previous episodes, we covered camera lenses, movement, and gear. But in this episode, we will discuss how different frame rates impact how we perceive motion and the speed at which motion appears on screen. This is episode 8 of the Shot List. Frame rate. In this video, we'll include tips on how to manage frame rates in your projects to help you avoid the common mistakes while creating something visually stunning. Now, first, let's frame this video. Cinema is built upon illusions. Sets recreate reality. Editing manipulates time. Visual effects do the impossible. But the first and most fundamental illusion is motion.
Motion pictures are based on an optical illusion. Just another case where seeing is believing.
Despite the name, when we watch a film, we are not seeing a motion picture. We're actually seeing multiple pictures, a series of still images. Playing back these images, or frames, consecutively, creates the perception of motion. There are a couple of theories on how this works. The phi phenomenon, beta movement, persistence of vision. But the short answer is that when images are shown fast enough, our brain loses the ability to see individual frames and blends them together into a single moving image.
Persistence of vision is the principle which makes movies possible.
Now, the number of individual frames that are shown within 1 second is known as frame rate. Frame rate is expressed in frames per second, or FPS. For example, a frame rate of 30 FPS contains 30 individual frames, or still photos, within 1 second. To shoot a narrative that emulates the look of traditional cinema, you will want to shoot at a frame rate of 24 FPS. When sound was first introduced to motion pictures,
this is what the people want. Silent pictures are yesterday's news.
The frame rate needed to be fast enough to utilize sound technology, but slow enough to save money on the amount of film being shot. Its consistent use over decades has dubbed it the most cinematic frame rate. However, we've seen some notable exceptions over the last few years. The Hobbit was famously shot at 48 frames per second. The goal was to reduce motion blur and the eye strain of 3D presentation. Director Peter Jackson wanted to create a completely immersive audience experience.
100 years ago, movies were black and white, they were silent, they were 16 frames a second, okay? And so 100 years from now, what are they going to be? I think you can absolutely guarantee they're not going to be 24 frames a second. So at what point between now and 100 years do these advances actually happen?
Director Ang Lee took this idea a step further when he decided to shoot Gemini Man at a whopping 120 FPS.
It's a vision more closer to life. The experience is different. The perspective is different. You got a first-person feeling. What would that be like? To me, it's a logical next step.
However, since this video essay is presented at 24 frames per second, these clips you're seeing don't represent the look of higher frame rates. So, to get the full experience, you need to see it projected at an equal frame rate. Are these failed experiments or an evolution in filmmaking? Let us know in the comments. Now, the additional frames in higher frame rates makes motion look smoother. But what about when cinematographers deviate from realistic speed to tell their story? Fast motion. Assuming you'll be playing back at 24 frames per second, simply put, lower frame rates can make motion look choppy because they lack frames. What's the point of doing it that way? For example, recreating the vintage look of old home movies. Or adding a comedic element to the scene. In our previous video, director Jay Roach revealed this simple trick for creating fast motion.
The way the fembots' heads explode, it's such a primitive technique. You just undercrank the camera to 2 frames. They move their heads around at normal speed, but because it's undercranked, it looks like they're just jerking around and short-circuiting, that, of course, their heads explode.
Oops! I did it again, baby. Yeah!
Now, let's look at another reason filmmakers shoot lower frame rates. This technique is called step printing. This is done by shooting a low frame rate, often with a slow shutter speed to create the blurring and streaking. Then the frames are copied and repeated to create 24 frames per second. For example,
my name is Domino Harvey. I am a bounty hunter.
In Tony Scott's Domino, they shot sequences at 6 frames per second, then printed each frame an additional 4 times to equal 24 FPS.
I tried Beverly Hills High for a spell, but it didn't work out. I hated them.
You can also find this effect in the films of Wong Kar-wai.
What?
In Gladiator,
I hated them. I am a bounty hunter.
Blurring and streaking. This technique is called step printing. This is done by shooting a low frame rate, often with a slow shutter speed to create the blurring and streaking. Then the frames are copied and repeated to create 24 frames per second. For example,
my name is Domino.
And music videos. The physical motion is at normal speed, but the amount of motion blur gives the impression of fast motion. Ideal to create a visceral and subjective presentation. For more on the relationship between shutter and frame rate, check out our other video on shutter speed, linked below. Now, let's look at the opposite effect. Slow motion.
If we want to slow down the motion of something that goes fast, we speed up our camera and make, say, 5 times as many pictures per second. We have slow motion when they are shown on the screen at normal camera speed.
Assuming you'll be playing back at 24 frames per second, to create a slow motion effect, you'll need to shoot at a frame rate higher than the playback rate. Say 48, 60, or even 120 FPS, which is called overcranking. The higher the frame rate, the slower you can slow down footage while maintaining smooth motion and clarity. For The Matrix, shots were taken at speeds up to 300 FPS.
You're empty. So are you.
The opening credit sequence of Zombieland was shot at 1000 FPS. The key thing to remember about slow motion is that it emphasizes whatever action or emotion you present it with. It can make horror more terrifying, action more spectacular.
Oh, great.
Or comedy more hilarious. Filmmakers utilize these extremely high frame rates to capture motion that even the human eye cannot see.
I can't get a shot!
In this scene from The Hurt Locker, extreme slow motion is used to brilliantly capture an explosion. High frame rates also enable filmmakers to utilize speed ramps, like in this iconic action sequence from Zack Snyder's 300. A speed ramp is an editing technique used to transition between varying speeds of motion in the same shot, where each strike is given extra weight and impact. To better understand the impact of slow motion on story, take a look at these 2 fight scenes. One is at normal speed while the other is in slow motion.
Creed, ready to let his hands go. Creed misses and gets hit in return.
First, distract target. Then block his blind jab. Counter with cross to
Leprechaun living the whole game. Tie him up! Tie him up! He wrecks him up in prison.
Just could not be late. Late will attempt wild hailing.
What does slow motion accentuate in this fight scene for the audience?
We can make jaw.
Speed spins. Puts the champ in the corner.
What does it take away?
Throwing body shots like he's Rocky Balboa.
Let us know in the comments. And now, as promised, some tips on how to manage frame rates in your projects. Pencils out.
Settle down, plan. Settle down.
Deciding which frame rate to shoot at depends on what you want the final product to look like, which we'll call the quality of motion, such as normal motion, fast motion, or slow motion. However, the final frame rate we see on screen, we're actually seeing the relationship of two different speeds, which we'll call the capture rate and the presentation rate. Capture rate is how many frames per second were recorded by the camera, while your presentation rate is how many frames per second the audience sees in the finished film. For normal speed motion, the presentation rate must equal the capture rate. If you're shooting something with a lot of motion, like sports or concerts, you might want to consider shooting and presenting at higher frame rates, as the additional frames will make motion appear smoother.
Throwing. Akers out of the backfield.
Remember, to achieve slow motion, you would shoot faster than 24 FPS. However, as you recall, Gemini Man was shot at 120 FPS for normal motion. Let's see what that looks like, slowed down to 24 FPS. The motion is completely smooth, but the duration and audio is stretched. Another reason why your presentation rate is so important. The opposite is true for fast motion. All you need is to shoot at a rate slower than 24 FPS, which is called undercranking. So, the main takeaway is don't mix frame rates if you want normal-looking motion. Only mix frame rates if you intend to shoot high frames per second to create slow motion, or shoot lower frame rates to create a choppy, jittery aesthetic. Now, I know this is a lot of information, so for a complete breakdown of frame rates and all the practical ways you can experiment with them, we have an ultimate guide on our blog. The link is in the description. Remember, no matter how many frames per second you shoot, it is your presentation rate that matters.
Just could not be late.
Add your shot, its details, and specify the frame rate here. You can call attention to the specialty shot by color coding it to make sure the frame rate is cranked to the correct value. If you're ready to create a shot list, you can find a link to Studio Binder's free shot listing tool in the description. And remember that you are in complete control of your frame rate. Films are made up of sequences, sequences are made up of scenes, and scenes are made up of shots. In the previous episodes, we analyzed frame rate, camera lenses, shot size, and more.
Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Now, let's talk about how these scenes are connected with scene transitions that move us through the story.
See if you remember anything.
This is episode 9 of The Shot List. Editing transitions. We'll be examining 9 essential editing transitions, each with their own function. We'll begin with the most fundamental.
I want a little production value, you know, like some editing transition, something, some music.
And work our way to the more complex.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
As we go, we'll populate a shot list in Studio Binder as a sort of guide for the next time you are looking for the perfect transition. Before we dive into creative transitions, we first have to mention the most basic technique, the cut. A cut is an instant switch or transition from one shot to another.
Who is it, Jay?
It's okay, honey. It's a friend of Terry's.
Or one scene to the next. And it is by far the most common way to transition between scenes. In our next episode, we'll dive deeper into the nuances of the cut and how different editors use it to enhance the storytelling of a scene.
The way we cut that, if you look at that sequence, you'll see it's very jaggedly cut in order to accentuate the violence of the breaking of the glass.
Now, let's look at our first creative transition, the fade. One of the original editing transitions that is still used today is the fade. A fade is when a shot dissolves to or from a solid color, usually black or white. A fade from black is a common way to open a film, as it eases the audience into the beginning of the story.
Blake. Sorry, Sarge. Hey, Command. Bring your kit.
Yes, Sarge.
A fade to black can give a gradual sense of closure at the end, like opening and closing a book. But what about fades in the middle of a film?
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
This is similar to the end of a chapter. A fade to black deliberately pauses any momentum, giving the audience a moment to breathe or reflect on what just transpired. Pulp Fiction uses the fade to black between all 3 of its chapters. Editors can also fade in and out of shots within the same scene as a stylistic choice. This is also known as a dip to black, as we can see here in Gone Girl.
Not good enough for you? It's not even close.
What scared me wasn't that he'd pushed me. What scared me was how much he wanted to hurt me more. What scared me was that I'd finally realized I am frightened of my own husband.
A much less common type of fade is the fade to white. Most commonly used to represent a character entering a dream or dying. In contrast to black, a fade to white can also leave an ending up for interpretation.
Let's go get some help. Go get some help!
It was perfect.
In this final scene from Black Swan, a fade to white does not create a sense of closure, but rather ambiguity. Does Nina die or not? If you want to fade into another shot rather than to black, opt for our next transition, the dissolve.
Nice dissolve.
Like the fade, the dissolve utilizes a gradual transition, only this time it transitions directly into another shot. Traditionally, dissolves are used to suggest a longer passage of time between scenes, or shots within the same scene, more than we'd expect from a simple cut.
God put this here for me, and you. Take advantage, man. Take advantage.
Or as a way to signal a memory.
Hermoso vivir lleva virgen Cristo.
Or a dream.
What's going on? What's the problem here?
Some filmmakers utilize the dissolve to create a hybrid moment between the two scenes. When 2 shots dissolve into each other, they create a third shot in which both shots are shown within the frame simultaneously. This is known as superimposition. In this editing transition from The Godfather, Part 2, we dissolve from a shot of Michael Corleone to a shot of his father. This dissolve creates a comparison between them and the parallels of their lives. Another type of transition that draws connections between 2 shots in a less gradual way is the match cut.
Scott, what?
A match cut is any transition, audio or visual, that uses elements from the previous scene to match similar elements in the next. These could be shapes, compositions, colors, movement, or sound. Unlike the gradual dissolve, a match cut connects the 2 shots instantly. This connection can subconsciously cause the audience to draw on similarities or differences between the scenes. A match cut can also bridge time and space, like in Kubrick's iconic match cut from 2001. When match cutting between faces, the assumption is that we're seeing the same person at 2 points in their lives. In this scene from Pirates of the Caribbean, a large jump in time is bridged together by a match cut. This match cut accomplishes story and character beats at once. It lets us know that this is the same character, that we're now years ahead in the story, and that Elizabeth is still fascinated with pirates. The combination of a match cut and a dissolve becomes a match dissolve. This type of transition fulfills all the same functions as a match cut, but smooths over the abrupt cut. We still get the progression of time, or create meaningful connections. In Toy Story 2, Jessie is beaming with light and love for her owner, Emily. And we know this because her face match dissolves into the sun. Next up, an old-fashioned technique that used to be created in camera, the iris. In the early days, iris transitions were a manual effect achieved by opening or closing a camera's iris or aperture. The iris transition was commonly used like a fade in early cinema to open or close a film. The iris has since become rather outdated. However, in modern cinema, some filmmakers use the iris as a more stylistic choice. It's a great way to focus on a specific element, a visual technique similar to a zoom-in that focuses the entirety of the scene on a single emotion or idea. Consider this moment from The Departed. Colin Sullivan has just graduated from Police Academy and been promoted to detective. Watch how Scorsese and his editor Thelma Schoonmaker visualize this moment. Colin is framed as tiny and insignificant, just another anonymous individual. But then the iris opens up to reveal the massive police headquarters and the power that has now been granted to him. The world is literally opening up for him.
Congratulations on passing the detective's exam and welcome to the Special Investigation Unit.
Whoop-de-fucking-do.
While the iris transition uses a circular shape, our next transition also uses lines and shapes to switch between shots. A wipe transition is when shot A is replaced with shot B as it moves or wipes into frame from a specific direction, like up, down, left, right, or diagonal. Perhaps most notably, the wipe transition is used throughout the Star Wars franchise.
This is madness.
Which itself is a tribute to the Flash Gordon serials and Kurosawa films like Hidden Fortress that inspired Lucas's space opera. Wipes can also come from various shapes, such as a star.
Okay, from here we star wipe to a glamour shot of Flanders paying his bills. Then we star wipe to Flanders brushing his...
Dad, there are other wipes besides star wipes.
Motherfucker, get up!
Or clock.
My goal is to throw for 4,000 or 5,000 yards, whichever comes first.
Better get ready to be famous, Albuquerque!
Like the iris, wipe transitions are a bit old-fashioned, but would be ideal if your goal is a more vintage look.
Know about you and your business! Call me now!
A wild and expressive musical like the Rocky Horror Picture Show uses a variety of wipes that blend seamlessly into its campy aesthetic.
It's just a jump to the left. With your hands on your hips. It's just a jump to the left.
These days, most wipe transitions are used ironically for purely comedic purposes, but the concept has evolved into our next option, the passing transition. The passing transition, or pass-by effect, has a moving character or object to transition to the next scene. Or it has the camera itself move past the object.
So boring. I cannot believe the music they put on while we work.
Edgar Wright and his editors have nearly perfected the pass-by effect. In these transitions, often paired with strategic sound design, the momentum between scenes never skips a beat.
Oh man, this is gonna suck.
At least it'll give us something to complain about.
Oh man, this sucks.
Also known as a mass transition, these are more seamless than the traditional wipe. Passing transitions are often used to hide the cut, and they can be used to add a hyper-stylized aesthetic. Another great editing technique that can add energy to your transitions is the whip pan. A whip pan, or swish pan, is a quick horizontal camera rotation that blurs the image. While it is commonly used mid-scene, it can also be used as a scene transition, which can be highly advantageous when you want to sustain momentum from the previous scene. Consider this montage in Boogie Nights.
Perfect timing.
As the characters fly through a rapid succession of scenes, fueled by drugs.
What took you so long, man? Time.
Simply cutting between these scenes wouldn't give us the... If you're looking for a rather abrupt editing transition rather than something smooth, look no further than the smash cut. A smash cut is a sharp, abrupt cut from one scene to another using high contrast in both visuals and audio.
That's a good trick.
Money on the counter. Give me the real stuff, don't give me the fake stuff. I know what it is.
This can be between quiet and loud.
Oh man, I give the watch to you.
Between chaotic and still.
Tagged a couple of cops.
Smash cuts are typically used to shock or jolt the audience, like in The Shining.
I didn't think it's gonna be this big, did you? No?
A very common application is when a character startles awake from a dream, like here in Shutter Island. Smash cuts are also commonly used for comedic effect. Transitioning between two contrasting scenes is a great way to punctuate a moment.
Hey, could I use your guys' phone for a sec?
The smash cut uses both visuals and audio while transitioning, as do our final techniques, J cuts and L cuts. There are two primary types of audio transitions, the J cut and the L cut. These terms derive from the way the edit looks, like a J or an L within an editing timeline. A J-cut or pre-lap is when the audio of the next scene precedes the image. In other words, the audience hears the audio from scene B while still seeing scene A.
7, 6, 5, main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1, booster ignition and...
J-cuts are commonly used in dialogue, but they can also be used when transitioning to a flashback or memory, such as in this scene from Saving Private Ryan. Before we see images of Normandy, we hear the waves crashing on the beach, creating a bridge to the past.
It's a colossal military disaster. You must expect another blow to be struck almost immediately.
The real power of J-cuts and L-cuts are how they can create new context using sound and image. Sound A plus image B creates a more complicated and nuanced meaning.
We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air, until, in God's good time, the new world with all its power and might steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old.
So, these are the most commonly used editing transitions, but they aren't the only options available. You could use a push transition, a zoom, a luma key, a barrel roll.
Oh, hi.
Available. You could use used editing transitions, but they aren't the only options available. You could use a push transition, a zoom, a luma key, use a push transition, a zoom, a luma key, a barrel roll.
Oh, hi, Mark.
There are endless options available.
Hi, doggy.
What transitions did we leave out? What are your favorites? Let us know in the comments. In the description, you'll find a link to this full shot list and storyboard in Studio Binder. Knowing what to this full favorite endless option, a barrel roll.
Oh, hi, Mark.
There are endless options available.
Hi, doggy.
What transitions did we leave out? What are your favorites? Let us know in the comments. In the description, you'll find a link to this full shot list and storyboard in Studio Binder. Knowing what transitions you have at your disposal and how they work will help you create momentum, make connections, and keep the audience engaged. In the next episode of this series, we'll explore the most fundamental editing techniques used within a scene and how nuanced a simple cut can be to tell a cohesive and immersive story. See you in the next episode. Films are made up of sequences. Sequences are made up of scenes, and scenes are made up of shots. In previous, famed editor Walter Murch laid out his Rule of Six, a list of prioritized criteria when deciding on each cut. How we pace a scene can affect emotion, style, and tone. Is your scene mournful and contemplative? Hold on shots for longer.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Is your scene filled with frantic action? Rapid cutting might be in order. Deciding what to cut to is equally important. An editor might use a cutaway to indicate what's on a character's mind. Or cut to what a character is looking at. No matter the reason, every edit should be thoughtful and purposeful. For a detailed explanation on the Rule of Six, you'll find a link to our blog in the description. This brings us to our first editing fundamental: eyeline. An eyeline match is when an editor cuts to the object of a character's attention.
Au revoir, Shoshana!
If a character notices something, we cut to what they see. The second shot is often a literal POV shot, or from that character's general perspective. This is such common practice that we can build intrigue by either waiting to reveal what they see,
Brand Doyle back to the Ranger now.
or by not showing it at all.
We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Either way, it's the character's eyes that motivate the cut. Consider this moment from 300.
Choose your next words carefully, Leonidas. They may be your last as king.
As King Leonidas debates whether to submit to Xerxes' control, watch how his eyes guide the edit. With each glance, we cut to his land, his citizens, his wife. And in this process, we are invited to think like Leonidas. Will he sacrifice his people's freedom or not? A common form of the eyeline match is the shot reverse shot. When we cut between a shot of subject A and a shot of subject B in a reverse angle, that is often a similar angle and composition. The most common use of this can be found in conversation scenes to maintain scene geography and clarity. Inserts are also often prompted by eyeline matches. An insert is a shot of a detail within a scene, usually in order to emphasize a specific prop or element. In Tenet, the protagonist looks off camera and we cut to this insert, an example of simple and direct visual language. The eyeline match is a great way to connect the dots between what the character sees, thinks, or feels.
Impressive. Very nice.
It can also create and release tension, depending on what we see and when we see it.
George? George!
Oh. Hi, George.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Instead of cutting between two objects in the same scene, our next technique cuts between separate scenes. Cross-cutting. Cross-cutting is when an editor cuts between two or more scenes happening in different locations, usually at the same time. The baptism sequence from The Godfather alternates between Michael renouncing evil
Michael Francis Ritchie, do you renounce Satan?
And his men following Michael's orders to execute his rivals.
I do renounce him.
By cross-cutting these scenes, it creates an ironic juxtaposition that elevates the entire sequence.
And all his works? I do renounce them.
But cross-cutting can also be an effective way to combine multi-layered action as well. In Rogue One, the last third of the entire film is a massive sequence comprised of 3 distinct battlefronts. The combat on the beach, the dogfight in space, and the covert operation to steal the Death Star plans. In fact, each of these fronts split into additional subplots. But by alternating between these scenes, the cross-cutting helps keep the plot and action constantly moving forward, and the audience invested in each group's progress. Cross-cutting can create parallels between separate scenes that wouldn't be there otherwise, and weave multiple planes of action in one. Now, let's look at a technique which is designed to keep the audience's attention fixed to a specific part of the frame. Eye trace. Eye trace is when an editor cuts between two or more shots that focus on the same area of the frame. Eye trace is when an editor cuts between two or more shots that focus on the same area of the frame. This allows the viewer's eyes and attention to stay focused without having to scan the frame after each cut.
Welcome! Skål! Skål!
Eye trace can also be used through blocking and camera movement, guiding a viewer's eye within a shot. But let's look at how editors can achieve a similar effect. Eye trace is ideal for action scenes, which tend to move quickly. Mad Max: Fury Road makes heavy use of this technique. Here's DP John Seal explaining this decision.
Compositionally, whatever was the center point of that shot had to be in the center of the frame. In the faster cutting that he's got, your eye won't have to shift on an anamorphic frame to find the next subject when you've only got 1.8 seconds of time to do that. All we would hear all the time on the comms was George saying, put the crosshairs on a nose, put the crosshairs on a nose. And that is basically the whole of the film.
Some shots in the film are less than a second long. Using eye trace, the composition and editing of these scenes helps the viewer process even the most chaotic action. Our next type of cut also helps smooth over a transition. Split edits. While a hard cut changes both audio and video at the same time,
I'm going to slow it down a little bit. I'm guessing most of you folks have heard.
A split edit changes either the sound or image before the other. This is either a J cut or an L cut. Our next type of cut also helps smooth over a transition. Split edits. While a hard changes either the sound or image before the other. This is either a J cut or an L cut. They get their names from what they look like in an editing timeline. A J cut is when audio from a shot begins to play before we see it.
Excuse me. Is that your car on the lot?
Yeah.
That's a nice ride.
Thanks, man.
County A's off.
Hey, George Belfort.
How
Nice
you
to
doing?
meet you.
For an L cut, the audio from a shot plays after we've already cut away.
Happy birthday.
Hey, Bonnie. We'll get you back to your daddy in a day or two. Don't be sad.
Oh, that's good. You're not sad. Are you happy?
Pa. Pa. No, Pa. That's okay, too.
The technique is often used during dialogue scenes, allowing editors to create a more natural conversation, control the rhythm of dialogue, as well as catching reaction shots of someone listening.
You know any animal jokes?
Well, I only got the chance to say one because we only did one show.
Tell me.
It's corny.
Don't be that way. Tell me.
Nah, you wouldn't like it and I'd be embarrassed.
You told like 50 million people, and you can't tell me? I promise I won't laugh.
But there are more creative ways to use a J or L cut. For example, when characters outline a plan, like in Mission Impossible Rogue Nation.
So why hasn't Lane just sent someone to steal it?
Oh, he has. He sent me. And I can tell you, it's impossible. To reach the terminal, you'll need to pass the main gate.
we use an L-cut to show the security measures they mention.
And open 3 separate combination locks.
Well, that's easy. We just impersonate the agent who stole the ledger in the first place, and I get to wear a mask.
This makes their plan more clear to the audience, especially when it eventually goes wrong.
Okay, I don't get to wear a mask.
Seeing the plan in action is more visually interesting than simply hearing it, and additional J and L cuts within their dialogue ensures the sequence moves swiftly. But what if we want to make a cut more noticeable, not less? Intellectual montage. Intellectual montage puts seemingly unrelated images together in order to create a certain feeling or idea. This type of montage makes use of the Kuleshov effect, which refers to creating meaning out of a cinematic juxtaposition. We take this man's expression to mean different things based on the image intercut with him. In this scene from Lucy, as her boyfriend tries to convince her to deliver a briefcase,
I can't deliver the case myself. I had a little falling out with the guy. It's nothing major, but if it's you, problem solved.
we get this shot.
Look, you can even see the reception from here.
2 separate scenes combine to create a single idea. She is walking into a trap.
I'm here for, Mr. Jane.
As the scene plays out, we get another series of juxtaposing imagery. Lucy is being stalked, unaware of just how much danger she is in. In Don't Look Up, intellectual montage is used to emphasize the global scale of an impending disaster. A comet is going to wipe out life on Earth.
We're all 100% for sure gonna die!
But Randall and Kate's warning is falling on deaf ears. Then we get this series of shots. Isolated, these shots would have a neutral connotation, but placed in this context, we are asked to make the connections ourselves. From massive cityscapes to microscopic organisms, everything will be affected by the impending disaster. By using intellectual montage, director Adam McKay is able to visually reiterate larger themes in the film. This experimental technique is a great way to evoke emotion and meaning out of shots that individually wouldn't have them. Moving on to our final technique, cut on action.
F off, Hitler.
Cutting on action refers to cutting during a character or object's movement. When the outpoint of shot A corresponds directly to the inpoint of shot B, it creates a more seamless transition. This technique can be used for simple actions like taking a drink or shaking hands. Most editors working in any genre will use cutting on action to create smoother cuts that feel more natural to the audience. And it is often found in fight scenes because it lends itself to fast-paced rhythm and quick movements. Like the fight between Neo and Morpheus in The Matrix Resurrections. A very common cut on action in fight sequences is to cut on impact. This gives each punch and kick extra force. Notice how the cuts in this fight are placed in the middle of one character's move. punching in from a wide to a dramatic close-up. By cutting on action throughout this scene, director Lana Wachowski is able to keep up the pace, strengthen the stunts, and create a more epic feeling to the fight. So, these are the 6 essential ways editors use the cut. But we haven't covered everything. There are also freeze frames, invisible cuts, There are also freeze frames, invisible cuts, There are also freeze frames, invisible cuts, subliminal frames, double cuts, and check the description for our video dedicated to jump cuts. Be sure to tell us any techniques we haven't mentioned in the comments. Cuts, frames, invisible cuts, subliminal frame, subliminal frames, double, subliminal frames, double cuts, and check the description for our video dedicated to jump cuts. Be sure to tell us any techniques we haven't mentioned in the comments. Hit subscribe and click the bell to stay up to date on all our filmmaking videos. Until next time, get chopping. Films are made up of sequences. Sequences are made up of scenes. And scenes are made up of shots. In previous episodes, we covered frame rates, camera movement, and editing techniques. Today, we'll look at the elements within the shot that make up its composition. This is episode 11 of The Shot List. Composition. We've got more episodes in this series coming soon. Get subscribed and enable notifications so you don't miss out. At the end of the video, we'll show you how to download our free ebook on composition elements. Now, let's begin. Simply put, composition is the arrangement of elements in an image. It is not only what you include in a frame, it's the relationship between those elements that creates the overall meaning. This concept began long before motion pictures, when images needed to tell a complete story in a single frame. Consider how much storytelling can be done in one image. We have characters, a situation, a power dynamic, a sense of drama, theme, movement. Composition also relies on aspect ratio, the size and shape of the image itself. In fine art, portraits are more naturally composed vertically, while landscapes benefit some horizontal compositions. Likewise, in film, while the basic elements of composition always apply, there are different considerations between a squarish frame and a rectangular frame. Understanding these elements is key to understanding composition. And now, our first element: points. Composition is all about directing the viewer's eye and films are made up of sequences. Sequences are made up of scenes. And scenes are made up of shots.
That's a kill.
In previous episodes, we covered camera movement, editing techniques, and composition. Today, we'll focus on lighting fundamentals, from different types and qualities of light to essential lighting terms and gear.
And then there was light.
This is episode 12 of The Shot List. Cinematic Lighting, Part 1. Hit subscribe and enable notifications to get all future episodes of The Shot List. At the end of the video, we'll explain how you can download your own cheat sheet for everything we're about to cover.
Let there be light! Ah, my eyes!
Lighting is one of the most important elements of filmmaking. More than just illumination, lighting itself plays a massive role in visual storytelling. Lighting can help determine the mood of your scene, provide insight into a character, and guide a viewer's eye. On set, these decisions are made primarily by the director of photography and the gaffer, who is the head lighting electrician on the crew. Once a lighting plan has been decided by the DP, the gaffer executes it by obtaining the necessary lights and gear and overseeing the setups. In part 1 of this video, we'll cover the lighting fundamentals. In part 2, we'll dive into how to light subjects and their surroundings. Before you begin setting up lights, it's important to understand the different forms light comes in.
Explain it all to me, now!
All light can be split into two categories, natural and artificial. Natural light is any light that occurs naturally, like sunlight, moonlight, and firelight. Artificial light is everything else, man-made light powered by electricity. From there, we can branch out into additional categories. Ambient lighting refers to any lights that are on location which the crew didn't bring. This includes street lamps, neon signs, or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be ambient or placed there by a gaffer. Motivated lighting means that there is a logical or reasonable justification for the light in a scene. Often, practical lights exist simply to justify or motivate the light. To be able to work with light, cinematographers also need to understand its properties. For example, how does one measure light? Lumens is a measurement of how much light a source produces. Lux, or foot candles, measures how much of that light hits the subject, otherwise known as incidental light. Reflective light is the amount of light that reaches the camera. The amount of light is dependent on both the strength of the source and its position in relation to the subject. As soon as light leaves the source, it begins to lose intensity. This is called light falloff, and we can predict and account for this loss using an equation called the inverse square law. The intensity of light is equal to 1 over the distance squared. Basically, this means that every time you double the distance away from the source, light is reduced by 75%. Another aspect of light that cinematographers measure is the color temperature, which is measured in thermodynamic units called kelvins. Daylight is bluer than most artificial lights at about 5600 Kelvin. Daylight can also be imitated by artificial light sources with the same temperature. Tungsten lights are a common artificial source with a color temperature of about 3200 Kelvin, though this can vary based on the source. Mixing these two light sources, therefore, can add a variety of color to your shot, with tungsten lights adding orange and daylight adding blue. For a thorough explanation on color temperature, check out our video linked below. Once you understand your light sources, you'll need to know some basic concepts and terminology. To the uninitiated, hearing cinematographers talk about lighting can sound like a foreign language. Let's look at some of the most commonly used terms on set. Exposure is the amount of light that reaches the sensor or film stock. In previous videos, we explained the mechanisms that determine the exposure: the aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. The aperture is an adjustable mechanism that determines how much light enters the lens, and the various sizes are measured in f-stops. Each f-stop either doubles the amount of light or reduces it by half. T-stops are another common setting in cinema lenses to measure exactly how much light actually hits the sensor. All cinematography is a balance between light and shadow, and one of the ways this relationship is expressed is called the contrast ratio. This is a shorthand for how we measure the difference between light and shadow in two areas of an image, usually between the two sides of a subject's face, or between the subject and the background. High-key lighting is a term that expresses a low contrast ratio, where the background and the subject are lit evenly with minimal contrast. Low-key lighting, on the other hand, uses a high contrast ratio where the difference between light and shadow is much larger with maximum contrast. Both high and low-key lighting are used in a variety of genres to evoke specific moods and atmospheres. Overall, high-key lighting is used for brighter, happier scenes, while low-key lighting is often used for darker, dramatic scenes.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
Chiaroscuro is a type of low-key lighting with a high contrast ratio. This is seen most frequently in film noirs to enhance the subgenre's mysterious and dangerous qualities. Check out our video on chiaroscuro to learn more. A cinematographer must also choose between hard light and soft light. Hard light is more directional light that creates stark shadows, which works best in more dramatic or intense scenes. Soft light is more diffused and generates less defined shadows. This type of lighting is often used for happier or romantic scenes. Some of the best naturally occurring soft light comes during magic hour or golden hour. This occurs twice a day, just before sunset and just after sunrise, when the sunlight is less harsh and more colorful. Lighting placement in relation to the camera should also be considered. The dumb side, also called the broad side, is lighting the side of a subject which is closer to the camera, often giving the subject a more approachable feeling. The smart side, also called the short side, refers to lighting the side of a subject that is not facing the camera, giving the subject a more dramatic look. Lens flares are created when light hits the lens, the shapes and colors of which differ depending on the lens.
For me, it literally is just this aesthetic thing that I like, which I absolutely am guilty of overusing and realize that it can be insanely distracting.
Depending on the lens. The lens. Lens flares are created when light hits the lens. The shapes and colors of which differ depending on the lens.
For me, it literally is just this aesthetic thing that I like, which I absolutely am guilty of overusing and realize that it can be insanely distracting. But I do love the look of it, and it's just this incredible look that for some moments feel appropriate.
Bokeh are out-of-focus elements in a shot, typically points of light that often add a romantic or painterly texture to the image. Now that we've got these key terms and concepts under our belts, let's look at the gear necessary to achieve them.
Yes, real fine, expensive gear you brought out here, Mr. Hooper.
A professional film set often has an expansive variety of lighting equipment, but there's some gear which are almost certain to see on any set. Lights themselves come in a variety of forms. There are tungsten lights, which are powerful and have a warm color temperature. Daylight is usually achieved with HMI lights, which are even stronger but have a cooler temperature. Fluorescent lights, which offer soft, cool light. Kinoflows, which are banks of tube lights adjustable to various temperatures. And LED lights, which provide a high amount of control over color and strength. For more control of a light's color, gaffers will often use gels, thin plastic sheets which come in an assortment of colors. Used in concert with a light's color temperature, gels help cinematographers achieve their desired hues. A light meter is used to measure the amount of incidental lighting hitting a subject, which then informs the exposure settings on the camera. Some models also include a spot meter, which allows you to pinpoint an exact part of the image for exposure. Many cameras themselves also have different modes to measure the reflective light actually reaching the lens. Other ways to measure lighting ratios include waveforms, histograms, and false color, which we'll cover in a future video. Once you've made the choice to use soft light in a scene, there are many ways to create the necessary diffusion. Diffusion is when a semi-translucent material is placed between the light source and the subject. This scatters the light, making it softer, and there are a few methods used to do this. Soft boxes use translucent cloths placed in front of a light. Diffusion paper can achieve a similar effect. Silks are often used for larger sources. Of course, there are also natural diffusers like clouds, fog, dust, or smoke. Bouncing the light with reflectors creates diffusion while also redirecting light. Reflectors come in a variety of colors and textures, each bringing a unique type of diffusion. Beadboards are styrofoam boards with imperfect surfaces that scatter light differently than the piece of foam core which bounces light more evenly. Another way to mitigate the intensity of the light is with neutral density gels. These can be attached to the light or applied to windows to reduce the sunlight. Flags are opaque boards that shape and block unwanted light. Barn doors are adjustable flaps on the light itself, which have a similar function. Egg crates direct light and help prevent it from spilling into unwanted areas. Cookies add texture to a light. Short for the term cuculoris, cookies are boards with patterns cut into them that create a dappled effect when placed in front of a light. Mounting and positioning lights on set can be done with light stands or with C-stands, which are also useful for setting up diffusion, flags, and reflectors. Just about anything needed to complete the desired setup. Believe it or not, we've just scratched the surface on cinematic lighting.
This is only the beginning.
There are more terms, gear, and concepts out there, with more arriving every day. In the next episode, we'll take everything we learned here and apply it to real-life lighting scenarios, including how to light a subject versus how to light the background, with actual lighting setups from the best cinematographers working today. In the description, you'll find a link to the Studio Binder blog where you can download a PDF cheat sheet with everything we've covered in this video and more. That's all. Light comes in.
Explain it all to me now.
All light can be split into two categories, natural and artificial. Natural light is any light that occurs naturally, like sunlight, moonlight, and firelight. Artificial light is everything else. Is any light that occurs naturally, like sunlight, moonlight, and firelight. Artificial light is everything else, man-made light powered by electricity. From there, we can branch out into additional categories. Ambient lighting refers to any lights that are on location which the crew didn't bring. This includes street lamps, neon signs, or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be ambient or placed there by or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be ambient or placed there by gaffer. Motivated lighting means that there is a logical or reasonable justification for the light in a scene. Often, practical lights exist simply to justify or motivate the light. To be able to work with light, cinematographers also need to understand its properties. For example, how does one measure light? Lumens is a measurement of how much light a source produces. Lux, or foot candles, measures how much of that light hits the subject, otherwise known as incidental light. Reflective light is the amount of light that reaches the camera. The amount of light is dependent on both the strength of the source and its position in relation to the subject. As soon as light leaves the source, it begins to lose intensity. This is called light falloff, and we can predict and account for this loss using an equation called the inverse square law. The intensity of light is equal to 1 over the distance squared. Basically, this means that every time you double the distance away from the source, light is reduced by 75%. Another aspect of light that cinematography
Hello, this. Yeah, I'm back. So, this one looks complicated. I know that it's goes like natural and artificial. I'm good. Sorry. One moment. Today we learned camera lens, transitions, edit scene, compositions it was yesterday, I guess. Yeah. And it's lightning. Sorry. So, natural and
natural light is any. It's important to understand the different forms light comes in.
Explain it all to me now.
All light can be split into two categories, natural and artificial.
Artificial.
Natural light is any light that occurs naturally, like sunlight, moonlight, and firelight.
So from here everything gonna be natural light, it's sunlight. Excluding this scene.
Artificial light.
These 4 shots gonna be artificial light.
is everything else. Man-made light powered by electricity. From there, we can branch out into additional categories. Ambient lighting refers to any lights that are on location which the crew didn't bring. This includes street lamps, neon signs, or the moon.
So moon. So moon gonna be
ambient light powered by anything else. Man-made light powered by electricity. From there, we can branch out into additional categories. Ambient lighting refers to any lights that are on location which the crew didn't bring. This includes street lamps, neon signs, or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any lights or the moon. Lighting refers to any lights that are on location which the crew didn't bring. This includes street lamps, neon signs, or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be ambient or placed there by a gaffer. Motivated lighting means
well, what?
Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be ambient or placed there by a gaffer.
I don't get it. What's the difference between these two?
Motivated lighting means that there is a logical or reasonable justification for the light in a scene. Often, practical lights exist simply to justify or motivate the light. To be able to work with light, cinematographers also need to understand its properties. For example, how does one measure light? Lumens is a measurement of how much light a source produces. Lux, or foot candles, measures how much of that light hits the subject, otherwise known as incidental light. Reflective light is the amount of light that reaches the camera. The amount of light is dependent on both the strength of the source and its position in relation to the subject. As soon as light leaves the source, it begins to lose intensity. This is called light falloff, and we can predict and account for this loss using an equation called the inverse square law. The intensity of light is equal to 1 over the distance squared. Basically, this means that every time you double the distance away from the source, the light is reduced by 75%.
Alright, I gonna write this down. Ambient lighting is lighting from the environment around the set. Practical lighting is the lighting that can be seen in the scene. But it's ambient lighting and they are in the scene here.
Who didn't bring? This includes street lamps,
See?
neon signs, or the moon. Practical lighting refers to any light source that can be seen in the frame, whether it be
Examples of ambient lighting is mostly done by the environment. For example, the sun, the light from the moon, light from the fire, or simply from the man-made structures. I mean, I know what ambient is. Includes ambient lighting, yeah, that's true. Where is it? Reflected and occlusion. It's like between two objects, but it's about shadow. Shade, I mean shade. I can't believe I'm actually being helpful instead of telling you to.
be ambient,
So where is it?
for this loss using an equation called the inverse square law.
I'm not sure if I need all these for my animation, but it doesn't hurt.
The intensity of light is equal to 1 over the distance squared.
Except I'm just wasting my time. Light fallout. Yep, it's...
Basically, this means that every time you double the distance away from the source, the light is reduced by 75.
So 1 feet, 100%, 2 feet, minus 75%, and 4, 8, oh wait, 16. What is 16? What is 16 times 16? I'm not gonna write it down. It's already understandable. Oh yeah, 256. Light would be unnatural if light could stretch long distance without a fall-off, even in animation. Small details such as a light follow goes a long way, as simply proves your dedication for details. You know, most time watch some anime, and I remember where is it? His name was Du. No. Dongchang. I forgot which one it was. He just said that there's a difference between like images and animations and anime, because no. Because in animation we need to draw it again, like a lot. So it's like hard. It takes more time. Oops.
To the subject, square. Another aspect of light that cinematographers measure is the color temperature, which is measured in thermodynamic units called kelvins. Temperature, which is measured in thermodynamic units called
It's a YouTube, right? Is it YouTube? Wait a minute, is it here?
kelvins. Daylight is bluer than most artificial lights at about 5600 Kelvin.
Okay.
Daylight can also be imitated by artificial light sources with the same temperature. Tungsten lights are a common artificial source with a color temperature of about 3200 Kelvin, though this can vary based on the source. Mixing these two light sources, therefore, can add a variety of color to your shot, with tungsten lights adding orange and daylight adding blue. For a thorough explanation on color temperature, check out our video linked below. Once you understand your light sources, you'll need to know some basic concepts and terminology. To the uninitiated,
I remember there was one. So, right, red is hot, warm, blue is calm, cold, Kelvin.
100 with the
I'll check this video and make notes from here. But now
some basic concepts and terminology. To the uninitiated, hearing cinematographers talk about lighting can sound like a foreign language. Let's look at some of the most commonly used terms on set. Exposure is the amount of light that reaches the sensor or film stock. In previous videos, we explained the mechanisms that determine the exposure: the aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. The aperture is an adjustable mechanism that determines how much light enters the lens, and the various sizes are measured in f-stops. Each f-stop either doubles the amount of light or reduces it by half. T-stops are another common setting in cinema lenses to measure exactly how much light actually hits the sensor.
I think I can skip all this. Because I'm not gonna work with camera stuff.
And one of the ways this relationship is expressed is called the contrast ratio. This is a shorthand for how we measure the difference between light and shadow in two areas of an image, usually between the two sides of a subject's face, or between the subject and the background. High-key lighting is a term that expresses a low contrast ratio, where the background and the subject are lit evenly with minimal contrast. Low-key lighting, on the other hand, uses a high contrast ratio where the difference between light and shadow is much larger, with maximum contrast. Both high and low-key lighting are used in a variety of genres to evoke specific moods and atmospheres. Overall, high-key lighting is used for brighter, happier scenes, while low-key lighting is often used for darker, dramatic scenes.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
Chiaroscuro is a type of low-key lighting with a high contrast.
Any emoji for drama? How can I? Maybe crying something.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
Lighting with a high contrast ratio.
What?
Chiaroscuro is a type of low-key lighting with a high contrast ratio.
So it's like low-key lighting here. Is it high key? High contrast? Sorry.
This is seen most frequently in film noirs to enhance the subgenre's mysterious and dangerous qualities. Check out our video on chiaroscuro to learn more. Check out our video.
Chiaroscuro. Low-key lighting is lighting that emphasizes shadow. Yep, I got it. this part. It's like how it's called, I forgot. When you remove all the colors. Chiaroscuro.
The sun chiaroscuro.
Chiaroscuro.
To learn more.
Never heard about this.
A cinematographer must also choose between hard light and soft light. Hard light is more directional light that creates stark shadows, which works best in more dramatic or intense scenes. Soft light is more diffused and generates less defined shadows. This type of lighting is often used for happier or romantic scenes. Some of the best naturally occurring soft light comes during magic hour or golden hour. This occurs twice a day, just before sunset and just after sunrise, when the sunlight is less harsh and more colorful.
Wait a minute. So shadows, right? I'm still not sure where gonna be where sun gonna be. And what time of the day? Oh, I forgot that I was gonna make map today. I planned.
Lighting placement in relation to the camera should also be considered. The dumb side, also called the broad side, is lighting the side of a subject which is closer to the camera, often giving the subject a more approachable feeling. The smart side, also called the short side, refers to lighting the side of a subject that is not facing, also giving the subject a more approachable feeling. The smart side, also called the short side.
What's the difference? I don't get it. Wait, what?
Side is lighting the side of a subject which is closer to the camera, often giving the subject a more approachable feeling.
What is approachable meaning?
The smart side, also called the short side, refers to lighting the side of a subject that is not facing the camera.
So it's all about position. It's like from back side, this one from front side.
The short side refers to lighting the side of a subject that is not facing the camera.
I got it. I got it. logo. Wait, what? Same side, a jerk is looking. What's wrong with this? I don't. It's confusing me. Left and right, is that all? Front. I don't get it.
The subject a more dramatic look. Lens flares are created when light hits the lens, the shapes and colors of which differ depending on the lens.
For me, it literally is just this aesthetic thing that I like, which I absolutely am guilty of overusing and realize that it can be insanely distracting. But I do love the look of it, and it's just this incredible look that for some moments...
Where the light is positioned to where the camera is positioned? So it's like light from backside. It's from front side. I mean, it's from. How can I? It's towards the camera. It's opposite light to camera. Light over when camera sees the objects, the people, the character or something. It's only this side, and it's like more
feel appropriate.
Bokeh are out of focus elements in a shot, typically points of light that often add a romantic or painterly texture to the image. Now that we've got these key terms and concepts under our belts, let's look at the gear necessary to achieve.
Okay, I don't think I need gears. Maybe need when I decide to make film myself. Mm, 13 close up, dolly zoom. Zoom. Wait. Dolly zoom. Where's close up? Do I need close up? Running, transition here. Wait a minute, why did I... If it's front view... Wait a minute. White tower is here. It's in the front. Jump, jump, flying. Nope, I don't need close up. I don't need close up shot. Yeah, composition. Fine. Let's watch this one.
Color temperature is one of the most important fundamentals in cinematography. A firm understanding of color temperature can help you create a compelling color palette that accentuates the mood of your film. This is What is color temperature? Today, we're going to look at all aspects of color temperature, what it is, where it comes from, and how to use it. And at the end of the video, we'll provide a link to download a free color temperature reference chart. Before we get going, be sure to subscribe and click the bell for more filmmaking videos. Now, let's begin. First things first, what is color temperature? In short, color temperature is used to describe the color of a light source. In the early 1900s, German physicist Max Planck devised a formula known as Planck's law. This formula describes the electromagnetic radiation emitted by a theoretical black body at a given temperature. Yes, that's a mouthful, but here's a more simplified version. It indicates the type of radiation, or light color, that is emitted by a black body or light source when it's heated to a certain temperature. Instead of Fahrenheit or Celsius, these temperatures are measured in Kelvin, the base unit of thermodynamic temperature. We usually associate orange with warm and blue with cool, but with color temperature, the opposite is true. The hotter the temperature, the more blue the light appears. The cooler the temperature, light appears more orange.
Okay.
Now that we have the basics, let's talk about working with color temperature. In film and photography, knowing the color temperature of various light sources will allow you to master whatever look you're going for. Here are a few key color temperatures you'll often run into. Candlelight is around 1900 Kelvin. Incandescent light and golden hour is around 3200. White fluorescent lights are usually set at 4200. Clear daylight is around 5500. If it's overcast, it's more like 6500 Kelvin. But knowing color temperature is only the first step. You also need to understand white balance. White balance is a digital camera setting used to determine how these color temperatures are registered. For example, once you set your white balance to a particular temperature, any light source with the same color temperature will appear as white. Then, any light once you set your white balance. White balance is a digital camera setting used to determine how these color temperatures are registered. For example, once you set your white balance to a particular temperature, any light source with the same color temperature will appear as white. Then, any light source with a higher color temperature will appear cooler, and anything lower will appear warmer. Correctly white balancing your camera will ensure that your footage accurately represents the color of the scene, including skin tones. But many filmmakers will adjust color temperature to emulate a different time of day, such as shooting at a lower Kelvin value to create a nighttime effect. Many at a lower Kelvin temperature to emulate a different time of day, such as shooting at a lower Kelvin value to create a nighttime effect. Many modern cameras have an auto white balance setting, but for accurate control, there are more specific options you can use. Many cameras have white balance presets, or you can enter a custom Kelvin value. And for accurate measurement of a light's color temperature, you can use a color temperature meter or a gray card. Filters can also be used on the camera lens to adjust color temperature. You can also modify a light source's temperature using gels. A gel is a transparent material used to modify the color of a light source. You can use CTBs, color temperature blue, to add more blue. CTOs, color temperature orange, to add more orange. Or CTS, color temperature straw, which is very similar to CTO, but adds more of a golden yellow tint. These gels also come in a variety of strengths to help you dial in your look. Alternatively, many of these color decisions can also be saved for post-production. If you shoot in S-Log, C-Log, or Log-C formats, this will preserve the wide color gamut and dynamic range recorded by the camera sensor, creating a flat profile which gives colorists more flexibility when grading. It's important to note that color temperature is not the same as color correction or color grading. Those processes occur in post-production, and we'll cover those topics in a future video. This is a lot of information, so for an even deeper dive on the technicals, such as using lookup tables, aka LUTs, white balancing in post and more, head over to the Studio Binder blog. For now, let's take a look at color temperature decisions in movies. Before we discuss these examples, it's important to remember that the color decisions we see in the final product of these films are a combination of color temperature, correction, and grading.
Excuse me, may I have the blinking pillow pack, please?
Sure, $125.
So, what are some creative ways cinematographers use color temperature? In A Ghost Story, the main location is a house that sees many occupants over many years. To help mark these jumps in time, DP Andrew Palermo explains how they adjusted the color temperature of the kitchen light, depending on who is living in the house. In this shot, it has a half-pink party gel on it. With the Latina family, it had a little bit of CTB, color temperature blue. And then when it's Casey and Rooney's house, it's CTO, color temperature orange. Orange was an important color in Palm Springs. Here's DP Ku Yen Tran to explain. The color orange plays a very prominent role in their love story. We use it for the cave light, the color of the tent, the orange firelight from the campfire scene. When Niles is at the bar and he finds...
Sorry, what?
...in their love story. We use it for the cave light,
It's orange, right?
things. Here's DP Ku Yen Tran to explain. The color orange plays a very prominent role in their love story. We use it for the cave light,
cave light. I need it for... So is this one gonna be orange? No. I don't know.
The color of the tent, the orange firelight from the campfire scene. When Niles is at the bar and he finally recognizes that Sarah is the reason for his existence, I have an in-camera light gag where all the lights go dim in the bar and the color on her face goes from a neutral white to a deep reddish orange.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot.
This is an example of how color temperature doesn't just create mood, but can alter that mood for significant moments. In No Time to Die, cinematographer Linus Sandgren explains his approach. I love to light with color temperature to create depth in the imagery. We figured out color temperature shifts for different environments. Here, for the opening in Norway, the sequence was very cold and lit with a lot of contrast in colors. Then, contrasting that colorful sky with lab interiors, let's add a little cyan so it contrasts in a more beautiful way. Then add yellow colors to contrast with the cyan. We tried to make the movie a little more romantic, like romantic action. Heat can also be emphasized when you're using a variety of light sources, like in this scene from The Hangover 2.
So the first image as they wake up is going to be them waking up in a grimy room in the middle of Bangkok. It's daylight, but the lights are all on. There's a tungsten bulb in there to show contrast. There's uncorrected cyan fluorescence. The warm light that's coming in there now is representing heat, right? Because they're sweaty and hot. One of the things that we talked about when we talked about color temperature is the way it shows up in the form of like cool white or warm white. But the other thing that really plays into lighting that we see in our natural world is the green spike. Often with fluorescence, they have a very high green spike. So it means in relation to the 3200 film stock, when it shoots an uncorrected fluorescent, as I say, it's also showing up with all that green. So you mix that cool color temperature with the green and you get cyan.
Are we?
I'm scared.
For Ozark, director of photography Pepe Avila del Pino explains the decision to use only one white balance setting throughout. We shot everything at 4400 Kelvin temperature, interiors and exteriors, day and night likewise. We saw that using that setup would give us the most ability to keep that consistent cooler, grayish, bluish palette. Not only does this decision give the entire series a consistent look, it helps accent the darker subject matter of the show. You can't avoid color temperature. Every scene needs to be lit, and every light source has a color temperature. In the description, you'll find a link to download a free color temperature reference chart to use in your projects. Now, as you watch any movie, just think to yourself how they might have achieved that look using color temperature. Subscribe to stay in the loop for more filmmaking techniques videos. And remember to enable notifications. So long for now. Good luck memorizing your Kelvins.
Okay. I didn't make any note. Alright, it's time to make a map. Close, please. So, how it's gonna be? Oh my god, I didn't work with Blender a long time. I forgot everything. Okay, I need to deform. This, I guess. No.
I know that texture. Here, and click on the...
Oh, this place? Yes. New. Okay. Right, I need one river here. F. Oh yeah. Is there hotkeys for it's gonna be one island in the middle. Top. Control top. Oh yeah, I remember. So this part gonna be like river, ocean. This is island.
D1 Srupt Poet. Solo key lighting makes shadows stick out more and makes them stronger on scene. 1240 D1 Srupt Poet. Do you get it? 1243 D1 Srupt Poet. No, it's not left and right. It's about where the light is positioned to where the camera is positioned.
Yeah. Oh sure. Adam's boat.
Today you are working on some sweet Blender goodness. It is a great day to be working on Blender.
So need more space. I just array. Wait, is there a mirror? I forgot. Yeah, mirror. this mirror. Wait, no. No. I'll just... Maybe 3. Oh, it's... whatever. Control M. Merge. Where is it? By distance. It's a hole in the middle. Wait a minute, why am I... I can just make it small. By the way, is it lagging right now? Is it okay? No droplet frames? Clean. And you. So. Oh my god, it's lagging. Fine. Let's try again, but this time not too much. So this is place where is he gonna jump from this island to next? need more. Maybe need to make it smaller. Remove. Just a little. Twelve. 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, blur it, smooth, and you more. Oops. Ah. Wait a minute, Blender. Shift R. Wait, I did it again. I need more space. Because this place smooth. Blue, yeah. was quick. What? Shift R. So you're gonna go. So you're gonna be very small. Let's say this is gonna be a road. So what's gonna happen? Gonna put the tower here, a big tower. little curve. I forgot how's that called? Something like this. What's this? This one. everything. Simple deform. But it's upside down. Well, you got the idea. So probably like this. So there's gonna be more here. Actually, one more displays. Oh my god. Okay, what happened to this place? Why it goes? Everything all good? Yes. Why? So need a little more space again. Sorry, it was just people in background making noise. Okay, it's almost done. Almost. Just need a little fix. What's going on? Right, smooth. Oh wait, no. Whatever. This one's smooth. Oh, okay, fine. Let it be. Need to smooth this one. What's happened? Let be. So this part is straight up like this. So people need to climb. Come on. Yes. Like this. Good. So it's like gate over here and this mountain. Maybe bigger. Just random. Oh, I remember this blur in Blender every time. It's like very soft and I can't make it even more stronger. Do I need this part? Make it like this. So when it's gonna be a roads all over here, like it's connecting to each other. I need to make more space. 130 to it's like 20 seconds. 23. So let's save. Oh. Weight paint, smooth. Okay, I'll do it again. Wait a minute, it's very close. View from top. Yeah, something like this. It's gonna be a very big gate. Plane cube. Very small. Okay. This one a little bit. Oh wait. It's a road. I'm just lazy to make it. And this is road. Because here. So people gonna be this small. Can't even see it. On the road. Yeah, it's fine. Little bit closer. Yeah, good. Blur. Good. Okay. From this side. From back. Oh my god, I'm mixing short. Control and shift, it's different from Blender and from Krita. It's for zoom. This is for zoom. Move, rotate. But it's if I hold shift here, it's oh my god. From 32, 45, 47. 10, 15 seconds. Okay, I need a break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry for this long. Alright. Yeah, thanks. Alright, let's make this done. Jig size up. What happened? Oh, I forgot. How much time did I? Whatever. Gate gonna be from the ground. that's good. Alright, let's see. Need bigger mountain. I mean larger. Oops. Yeah, that's good. And for you, we're gonna make this is part. What's happened? What's going on? Blue. Let's just say it's gonna be like I know. No. straight route. This. What I want to add to this area. Wait, can I? This place, new group, point 2. Smooth. Whatever, let be. So we have mountain. I need more. Over here. Yeah, it's a lot of mountains. Need palms. No. don't need this mountain over here. Where's people? Very small. Alright, another. Clean everything. Let's say point one. No. Point 2, 3. So there is gonna be forks. Oh my god, I need more space. maybe 12, maybe 8. Anybody here? I wonder. Do you have any favorite number between 6 and 12? 12. Oh my god, 7. 12. Oh, fine, I will make it 12. That means from this, or is it? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's okay. 12 is fine. 12 is good number. I think it's almost done. Just need details. What's your favorite color? Purple. Something like this. So, finish line, maybe this one, too long. Now, let it be. Yeah, it's done. It's done. It's like roads gonna connect to each other. There's gonna be a 12 jumping dock position, state, something. And each of roads gonna be like fork. this, and it's keep going. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. So 12, right? 12. Sorry, what? I'm let's say I'm fan of Sonic, not the big one, but I'm fan. I like Sonic. Like this. Yeah, I did. Right, let's say 2012, 166. Let's say I don't know, maybe 14, 11, 10, 11. So that means every group in the beginning starts with around 12 people. So 166. can see tower from here. Mountain. Can see river. But that was a point. Jumping. Oh yeah, this. Need a little higher. Wrong one. Point one. Oops. Very close. Yeah, like this. Maybe too high. And so on. Like this. Maybe need a little closer this town. tower. Close view, upper head, and like this. Wrong direction. Yeah. Where's yeah. Done. Oh yeah, rivers. What waterfall? Waterfall. Need to add it somewhere. Here. I mean, it shouldn't be clean like this in the beginning. Some of them goes higher. Wait a minute. Mirror. Oh, no. Yes, like this. Fork, jump, fork, tower. How's it called? Sliding something. Need pawns, green field, random maybe wood floor or something. Alright, probably it's end of stream. PNG. Yeah, thanks. Tomorrow, as usually, gonna training gestures, some basic shapes, anatomy. I'm not sure, do I need the rest of these, like close up, totally zoom? I like this channel, it's like a lot of useful informations. Oh my god, 49 minutes. Alright, see you tomorrow.